Hi, Sade. And all those movies just slapped me in the face with nostalgia, right? Oh my God. I applied for this thing to be a film critic, and I had to write what my favorite movie was and why it means so much to me, or like what, like, or something like that. Like, basically, why it's my favorite movie. And so I wrote my little paragraph on Labyrinth, and I was just like, I'm like, oh, I got this. Okay. I'm just making sure that my hello, a valid pick. My fiance is in love with movies with the aesthetic, so I had to show them Legend with Tom Cruise and Tim Curry. Ah, you know what it is? I think a lot of people forget. Sorry, I just realized I'm in here. Sorry. I was like, why was I in here? um, yeah, because I think a lot of people don't even know the thing about Labyrinth as well in movies like that is that I don't think people realize that those are puppets. Those are like puppets and like puppetry. Like so much artwork and work went into creating those and moving them and all that stuff. And a lot of those shows use real eh, like nowadays they probably would create that and create everything in CG, CGI. When it's like actual practical puppets. Like even the way that they did like the the twirling of the little the little glass bubble ball thingies. Yes, even that itself, right? Like it was practical effects, if that makes sense. It's not CGI. It wasn't generated after the fact. It was practical effects, which puppetry does that. Like even like stop motion. Like you know what I mean? Like there's so much work and there's like such an art that I would even say would take more work because I feel like CGI has gotten to a point where they could probably do it a lot faster than puppets. But yeah, it's awesome. Like I love that. So I once was in doing this film with a bunch of people. Uh, so I was doing this film, and anyways, we were all in this like we had to go to these workshops, basically, like this like workshop to like talk to the funder. And there was another group there that also was doing a film because we were all part of the same funder. Anyways, it was so funny because um my friend and business partner who was there with me at the time was like, um, the person was actually doing this like fantasy like style movie with puppetry. It was doing puppets. And my friend's like, like, like agreeing and listening. And I'm like fascinated. I wanted to know more. I'm like, I love the genre. Please tell me more. I want to watch this film. I don't even know if it ever got made. Like I think they had like I should reach out to them and see if it ever did because I really wanted to watch it anyways. And so I was asking like a million and one questions because I'm like, oh my God, I love this genre. And my business partner and friend was like kind of looking at me confused because I was asking like a lot of questions. She's like, "You were really interested." And I'm like, "Yeah, I love that. I love all the films." And when she heard puppets, she thought of sock puppets. She thought the whole film was done with sock puppets. I was like, "What?" And I think we came about that conversation and that realization because um that was one of the things that the person we were talking to was saying that like, oh yeah, like a lot of times when I talk about puppets, people don't know what I mean or don't even realize that they've watched films with puppets in them. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm said one of my all-time favorite movies is Labyrinth, and it has tons of puppets. Like Jim Henson like had a whole network. He had so many films that had puppets in it and different versions. And then other films like that too. And that's when that whole conversation, I'm like, "Oh, that's why you kind of were like looking at me like all confused why it was so interested." And you thought you thought he was making a whole fantasy film about sock. I mean, maybe it would work, maybe, but I was like, "Oh my God, the detail and skill that go into creating puppets and how you can like, how you then have to move them and how you have to like and like, I'm like I was so in the conversation and she was like, "Huh?" Because I was just like the look on her face was like it was just funny. Also, I think I have to turn this down. There we go. That one? No, this one. No, this one. This one. There we go. Yeah, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. Anyways, I am live also on YouTube. I am just popping up my chat because I need to be able to put it over here. Well, I had such a busy day today. My brain hurts. So I'm glad that we are here to watch some gameplay and have some fun. Why am I still in subscriber only mode? I thought I changed that. I was raised on the Muppets, so I've enjoyed seeing puppets in film. Sock puppets would be interesting, a very niche genre. Yeah, that's what I was like saying. I was like, because she probably thought they were just sock puppets, like lamb chops, by the way, which was a sock puppet. That's why I'm like, it could work. It could work. Um, and but yeah, but I was like the detail and like the work and how because I think we started a conversation then. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, YouTube. I have to end this again. I forgot to do something. Be right back. Um, yeah, because I was talking about um like we were talking about how long it is because their film project had to have this whole pre-area era to it that they had to like build like the build phase, which is they had to build the puppets, right? So once they created the characters, then they had to build all the puppets and the sets to then do the thing. And she was like, "How long is it to make a sock puppet?" Uh, no, I'm gonna get this right one of these times. I wish I could. Can I make this deep? You know what? Maybe I'll try that. Hold on. Let me go to my settings. I feel like I need to go into my settings. Manage. Dismiss. Nope. I need to turn off the subscriber mode only. But yeah, I love those films. They're so great. Yeah, cuz like uh Dark Crystal is one that I've seen. I wouldn't say it's my favorite though. Hmm. But yeah, I like the Muppets only as well. And the movies that they had, turn left when you see the fork in the road. I swear, I love that. Settings. Channel. I think I just really enjoyed the dark fantasy of the 80s. Right? I honestly feel like there was like this weird, like psychological thing about it, right? That was like somewhat dark, but also I want to say comforting in a way. I don't know. Just I don't know if there must have been something that was happening in the 80s that just kind of seemed like we all escaped into dark fantasy somewhere. Okay, I was doing something. Where would it be? Here? Uploads? Hmm. Comment more. Comment. Oh, post in your community. Okay, those are those ones. I swear. I'm a 90s baby who was raised on 80s culture and absolutely I'm an 80s baby who grew up in the 90s. Let's see. Seriously, where in the world did I do this? Live? Is it the lives? Okay, hold on. Let me try one more thing. I'm gonna have to Google this because I'm like, I have no idea. How to change only subscribers can chat in live. Oh my god. Click edit on your stream under live chat. Okay, hold on. Go live. But where? Hi, Nocturnia. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where. Apparently, I have somehow defaulted it where only subscribers can chat in my YouTube. And I don't want to do that. What, Nocturnia? What? Am I missing it? Ooh, you're an affiliate. Congratulations. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's try this again. Congratulations. Oh my God. Let me give you a shout out. Also, I don't know if y'all know this, but mods and VIPs of my channel can give shout outs. FYI. Just so you're aware. I need a way to drink. Ooh, you were playing Fallout. Oh, you were. I was in your stream. I think I was lurking in your stream. Yes, please. Everyone go follow Nocturnia, please. And thank you. You streamed Sunday with your face? I don't think I saw that. I don't think I did see that. I was busy on Sunday, though. I have yet to touch Fallout 4. It's on my list, though. Ooh. Okay, let me pop out this chat now. Oh my God. Y'all, I had like so many meetings today and my brain just hurts. Like it hurts. I'm just like, I can't. I can't think. I need to do something mindless. And for me, that is playing DBD. Okay, let me start the game. Let me start the game. I've been playing Crackhead on Fortnite. Wait, is that a game? I was playing Fortnite the other day, by the way. We played the Blitz. Is it called Blitz? The one that's like really fast. The thing's really small. I might have to get. Oh, I'm like, I might have to get a sweater. My mom and my aunt, by the way, they're twins. They're both 76. They were hot, so they opened up the door. It is still winter here, okay? It's -3, and apparently it was too hot in here. So they opened up a window upstairs. And when I went upstairs, it was flippin' freezing. And so now I'm cold because I stream in the basement. So, heat rises, cold does not. So now I'm freezing. I need a sweater. I was just about to say I need to go upstairs and get a sweater, but I totally forgot I had this one down here. It's my Twitch sweater. I just leave it down here so it can, keep me nice and warm. Hey, let's open Dead by Daylight before we forget. Before I forget. Because why? Because I'm a forgetful person. I'm not sleepy. You're sleepy. Also, thank you for redeeming your daily golden tickets. Hi, Yee. I was just about to say. I was just about to see, like, oh, did I not reset this? And then I realized, oh, I did. I didn't realize you were in here. I saw the redeem before I looked at the chat. I'm cold. How are you all doing today? How was your Monday? Anytime I move my camera, I now have to go look at this thing to make sure that I'm in my camera. Am I in my camera? I don't think I am. Hold on. Got up early, helped with my grandma while grandma went to doctors, then cleaned, made phone calls, and got appointments set up. Now I chill, play games, and feel accomplished. Yay! I did not wake up early. I did do a lot of things though today. I even possibly, oh my god, I'm working on something right now, and I think I might have gotten a sponsor for it. And I'm like, okay, I really gotta work on this. I really gotta work on this. I'm so excited. I'm hoping. It sounds awesome. Let's see what our quests are today. Oh. Let's go live. Can we see? Oh, there we go. There we go. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, I'm actually really I'm honestly am really excited. I'm hoping that everything turns out good. I do want to get more sponsors. I want to start having some more meetings. My only problem is, okay, I don't know about you, but like I'm still recovering from being sick, so I have to kind of measure my energy level when I'm working, because I've noticed when I work too much, I start kind of getting sick again. So I'm trying to not overdo it. The worst part is my doctor wanted me to be on medical leave for a while. I just couldn't afford it. I tried. I literally could get no help, and I was like, I literally can't afford to be on the medical leave my doctor wants me to be on. So that's why I'm like, I'm just slowly doing things and like trying to not overdo it. Yeah, I gotta find the balance, which is... Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay. I have killer things to do. I adepted 11 the other day. Should I try playing the new killer and seeing if I can adept this killer? I'm not really good with him, to be honest, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get some newbie babies. Alright. Ooh, let's check the counters. Make sure all the counters are reset. Okay, question. Okay. Should we create another counter, calling it sacrifices? Okay. We are going to create another command, and we're going to call it sacrifices. Now, I don't want to type out the word sacrifice. I wonder if there's a shorter word or like a code word we can call it. Let's see. What would be a cool thing to call the sacrifices? Okay, I'm Googling it. What is a shorter or code word to call? Because we're sacrificing them to the entity, right? So that has to be it. Okay, I'm really trying to think about this. What short-term version could we have for a sacrifice? If we're sacrificing them the entity, could it be? Good idea. You know what? How about Merc? Maybe Merc? Or do we want to say kill? Should we just say kill? I mean, it just seemed like kind of a weird word. Ooh, hold on. Sacrifices. Okay, because we're not doing hooks. Unless we do hooks. Do we want to count the kills or do we want to count hooks? I feel like I would not do... I don't think I would do hooks that often. Also, this is such a long word. Am I even spelling it right? I am spelling it right. Okay. Let's see if it actually created it. It did. Okay. Okay, so command. So then... okay, chat message. It's like when I learn something and I just like, I'm like all about it now. I'm like, I'm always creating all these cool things. Okay. All right. I fixed it. Okay. Now, well, it should show up in chat because it should be able to tell us that information. Okay. It also could be that I'm just like postponing, playing killer. This killer's so hard. Seriously. I'm not like, it's gonna be so bad. Y'all gonna laugh at me. All right. Are we ready? I'm not. I'm not. I'm not out. It's over.
No one can help you.
Okay. Sorry. This is when I gotta stop looking at my email because I'm like, oh, someone already responded to me. All right, let's see. Oh my god, I don't even have enough. Okay. I don't even think I have one perk. Do I have one perk? No, I have one perk. I have one perk and no offerings. All right. All right. Hi, Caffeinated Cloud. How are you? Ooh, hydrate. Got it. I got my water. Oh, I'm running out of water. I gotta get more water. Okay. Is there like no blood points? Nope. Got them all already. I'm alive. I'm battling. Oh, I'm sorry. I literally haven't played yet. I've just been sitting here contemplating what I was gonna call sacrificing people to the entity, and because I don't want to say, because I was calling them sacrifices, but I don't want people to have to do command sacrifice every single time I kill someone. So I was like, you know, we'll just say kill. It should be snackerfice. Oh my god. Yeah, but I wanted it to be a shorter word though. So I just did command kill. So if I kill someone, we're gonna count how many people I kill. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find if I have any extra bullet points. Ugh, I'm not even 14. Okay, I might have to play a different killer. Just for the first one. Just so I can get some blood points. Okay, let me see.
Where have you ended up this time?
I'm gonna do some lurking. I'm still working. Ah, okay. And I hope you feel better. Ugh. And I hope you have a wonderful day at work. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go make some friends and kill people with some bear hugs. So, when I switch to Survivor, if anyone wants to play, you're more than welcome to. I do have open lobbies, so anyone is welcome to join me. I might go get a pop after this, and I might have to fill up my water. Just because I'm running out of water. I'm running out of water. It's so funny. I don't even know which camera is on. Do I even have this one? OBS center. Okay. We got med kits and toolboxes. You know what? Let's go. Oh shoot! I don't even have my controller on. Y'all, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Oh, so you know what I do at I got this. It's like a little productivity. It's a glass thing. It's like set to 20 minutes. It's a 20-minute timer of sand. It has black sand. Isn't it so cute? I use this for productivity because when I do this, I'm like 20 minutes of productivity and then I can be distracted by a million things. So I got that a while ago because I was like, I need something to be like, okay, for 20 minutes, we are going to focus on this thing and we are not going to get distracted. I mean, it's easier said than done, but you know, it's the intention that counts. Okay. Seriously, I am so cold. Seriously. Is it my game that crashed? Seriously, what in the world? I want to know what in the world is this stuff? Background process. What? Y'all, I needed to force my game shut. Because why? Because I hate me. Oh no, I am invisible. Okay. Y'all, I was doing so well for like 5 seconds. I don't know why it froze. Okay, maybe we'll play Survivor first, because I just need to get enough blood points to...
Holy mother of...
get where I need to go, basically. Okay. Okay.
Ready to join Hellfire, Steve?
Okay. Hi, Jolene. How are you? Okay. I'm only playing... Okay, I'm going to see if I can adept this character. And then we're going to go back to Killer. I just don't even have enough blood points to even get to third. Perks. Okay. These counters are... escape. Command escape. If I escape. And command hatch queen if I escaped the hatch. Still haven't adapted them yet. Killers be sweating. Oh my god. I finally... Okay, I did adept 11 the other day. I was almost going to adept what's his name? The person I'm playing now. But it didn't happen. I was so close.
Great.
I want to get the legendary skin. Oh. I made BLTs for dinner, so I'm in bacon heaven right now. Ooh. I should have just left that one alone. don't know why she's so damn silent. By me. That's her grandma's generator left to her in her will, along with Steve's scream. That's so funny. My problem is they're both over there, but I think the killer is also over there. Plus the killer's gonna come find me. How you doing, Jolene, by the way? Oh. Ad is starting. I guess I'll wait. Y'all, I normally don't get those. Wow. I was so proud of myself, and now I'm not. Now that you're back, how are you doing, Julian? How was your Monday? Thanks. Oh, at least they're not a tunneler. That's good. Wait, I was trying to heal you. Oh, the ad break is starting now. I thought it was... wow, I didn't read that. Trying to mentally prepare myself for a trip this weekend to my mom. Haven't physically seen her since before the pandemic. Oh. Well, safe travels, and I hope... I don't know, you get whatever you need from the trip. can go with the person on the hook. I shall be back, friends. I gotta go return my VHS tape before I get any late fees. Be kind, rewind. Ooh, yep. Hi, Tasha. Also, welcome back from the ad break, everyone. Hi, Gubby. Okay, I guess my teammate's being chased. I guess I'll go get the hook. I'm on my way. How you doing, Gubby? What are you doing? You're fine. Don't be so dramatic. Oh, Jesus. Move! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Oh. Steve DC? Okay. That was interesting. How's your February going? Not too bad, not too bad. I had like 2 back-to-back meetings today. Are we just gonna decide that we're not doing gens now, or... Oh, flashlight. Ooh, thank you for redeeming your daily golden ticket. I was gonna play Vecna as killer, and I still am. I just have no blood points, so now I need to just play a couple games so I can get some blood points. Hopefully someone over here has brought some bloody party streamers. That'd be nice. Okay, I'm stepping away because I cannot do... I thought the bot could at least do the Merciless Storm. This is ridiculous. Steve bot, you are a failure. What do we think? Is she gonna slug for the 4K? God. I need to escape though. Okay. I am going to channel my inner Tasha Who. Mm-hmm. Steve, can you do me a favor? Could you bleed out a little faster, please? Thank you. Hey, hold on, hold on. I want to get out. I want to get out. Hey. Steve. Don't run away. Just embrace it.
For initiative. This map's so new, I don't even know where the thing is. Oh, here it is. Yay! 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 GG! Hooks, Floods of Rage, Sloppy Butcher, Agitation, Merciless Storm. I hate Merciless. Like, I hate that perk. I was so determined. I was like, please, please. I wanted the Steve bot to do it, but apparently he doesn't know how to do Merciless Storm either, so there's that. Yay! I adapted my survivor. Now one more, just gotta play the killer again. So
Alright, that's enough points. I should be able to do that. What are my challenges? Oh my god, I completed my dailies all in one match. When is the new Rift Pass coming out? Does anyone know? Complete 5 trials as the 5th. At the 5th. It's the first. The 5th. So I gotta play this killer 5 times. Okay. Rift Pass dropped on the same day as the new chapter on the last user. Oh yeah, that's right. I have the Rift. Do you ever have those moments where you're just like tired, more tired than usual, and your brain is just like struggling to like do basic functions? I feel like I am there, you know? Also, I do need to get more water all day, every day. All right, okay, I'm gonna move over to playing killer.
Oh, this is bad.
Yes, Eve. Right? Okay. Okay, I have enough blood points. I should be able to at least get to unlock 3 perks.
I see your secrets.
Right? Ah, there we go. Okay. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go get a drink, and I have to go to the bathroom because I've actually already been drinking a lot of water, and I need to go get more water. So I will be right back. All right, I got my headphones on. We are good. I got myself a Diet Coke. Or a Coke Zero. All right. Do we think I'm going to be able to make this work? I don't know. Okay. If you didn't know, to adept a killer, I can only use their 3 perks. And and I basically have to have 4 sacrifices. So, we also have in the chat, we now have a new counter. So, for every kill that I get, we have to do command kill. And then it's going to count them. I guess I got to play this 5 times? Oh, shit. Sheesh. Sheesh. Can't see. Do I have any? Is that the only offering I have? Hunting and brutality. Oh, that felt good. Let's crack my back. Okay. Y'all. I'm honestly not very confident about this whatsoever.
Another realm. So
Although,
be it.
from our little practice test the other day, I should be able to do this. Hey Tasha, when you start streaming again, and if you play DBD, one of your counters should be, you should have a running tally of how many times you charm the killer. Yeah. That should be your counter. Oh no! We got some bullies with a flashlight. Oh, without question, right? Mm-hmm. And it's so easy to set up a counter. I think there's a way that I can add it to the screen. I just don't know how. I was in a class the other day that was like kind of running me down, like running. It was like about Mix It Up Bot, and it was like running down how to put like counters and stuff together, but also how to put them on the screen. And yeah, I was kind of working at the same time, so I kind of missed a lot of it, but there's supposed to be like a recording of it that I'm going to go watch. Also, I need to move this light here. I put I don't know what kind of light you call it. Basically, it's like, because I'm in the basement all the time and I'm not getting any vitamin D from the sun, it's basically mimics that. It's like a lamp. It's like a light that like gives you vitamin D. Oh my god. Not me wanting to run out and go fix a gen. I'm like, God. I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor. No, I'm a killer. I'm a cold-blooded killer. I'm like, why isn't it working? And what was Leon doing? Leon? even hooked yet. I don't even understand where that was. I mean, why do I feel like everything's happening so slow? This is not a good thing. Hi, Yasha. How are you? Oh. Like, seriously, why does this happen so slow? Oh, there we go. Ooh, there we go. Okay.
It begins.
Oh, shit. Da-na, da-na, da-na-na, da-na, da-na. Where'd you go? Jesus. Is this you again?
Will not be so easy.
Thank you for the lurk. Yes, I will. Wait, did I not hook you at all? Oh, it's because I lost you. I totally forgot about that.
Soon.
y'all. I'm just trying to murder you in peace.
I am inevitable.
Oh, damn it. Where'd you go? Oh, there you went. Seriously. Oh my god! Y'all, did I do it? Did I do it? I did it! Seriously, where's that hatch, though? She didn't find the hatch? Yes. Oh, here it is. Found it! Yay! Damn, GG's. GG's. Oh, you mean it? Okay. So what do we have? Okay. So I've sacrificed 4 survivors to the entity. And I got adept. Wow, I adapted everybody today. Actually, no, that's not true. I adapted 11 before. So I got, what's his name? And, this guy. Whatever this guy's name is. Ooh. Hold up. Do I have... I'm like, why is my face right over here?
I will remake this world.
No cosmetics available. Oh, wait. I was like, what?
I don't think I'm alone here.
Okay, so now I also have to prestige this killer. Okay, so I don't need any of their perks now. Brutality. Okay, what offering should I bring? Okay, turn back. After hooking a survivor for 40 seconds, press this ability button 1 to make target generator within 20 meters explode. Okay, I think this is what I forgot to do. After hooking a survivor for 40 seconds. Hex high mark. The first time you hook any survivor, adult totems comes hex totem. Generators are highlighted, intensity generators servers. Oh, that's what, this would have been helpful if I actually read the description of them. When the totem is blessed or cleansed, block random block generator. Okay, you know what? We'll do this one. I don't think I need this one. But we're gonna go, oops, shit, sweaty. No quarter, I swear, is gonna be my new favorite perk. Oh shit. Okay, I only have 3 because I don't even have enough to unlock. I saw a flashlight and I thought I was getting a flashlight the whole time. Surprisingly, I wasn't. Yo, I was playing Valorant yesterday with London and Circuit Seer and Yeti. Yeah, we had so much fun. I love playing Valorant with them. We had so much fun. Also, I played like 3 matches, by the way, of Marvel Rivals yesterday. I was playing comp. My first match, my game crashed in the middle of it, and we were doing so well, and then my game crashed, and when I finally got back, we were like literally holding them off at the end. But my last 2 matches I won, or we won, and oh shit. That was good. I missed that. Roger, was that you, right?
I am superior.
Because I know they were in there.
It will not be so easy. I am inevitable.
I mean, how many times do I have to get someone?
A brave one.
Why does it feel like it happens so slow? You know? Where did you go? Hey. That's a good play. That's a good play. Hey, where did everyone go? Oh, they're over here. But you went over here. Right? We went back. Let me move. That was a good play. See, that's teamwork and helping your team. What? No GGs? Don't be rude. Oh, there we go. GG's! Yay! Okay. I think I'm understanding his abilities a little bit more about how to get away from some of the items. Like, you know what I mean? Like the underground thing? Because it actually comes up really, really slow. Is there like a boost for that? Because even if I'm like, even if they're like dead center, right? As soon as they see it, like, you can hear it. As soon as it comes up, though, if you run away, you can get out of the, like, the radius quite
Where
fast.
have we ended up now?
Because they're, like, from coming up from the bottom, like, it takes so long. Like, to me, it feels like forever. And I'm like, they're halfway across the map, and I finally came out of, like, I finally came out from upside down world, like, you know? I don't know. Okay, let's see if I can... Okay, all the blood points I get from this character, I'll keep putting in until I hopefully get a def 1. And then we'll switch over to Survivor if anyone wants to play. I think the challenge is I have to be this person 5 times? Right? Is that it? Yeah. There, and I've already done 2, so I need to do 3 more times. So let's go. Ooh, I got a 4th hook. What should I get? Ooh. Search? Maybe search?
I'm free.
It's so funny because Roger would have loved those head-ons.
Nothing will stop me.
I wonder if they were a team. Ooh. When activated underground attack, the killer gains a 20% haste effect for 2 seconds upon exiting. Okay, let's go. Let's go, friends. Let's go. Also, I didn't get any sacrifices that time. Yeah, I definitely need to turn that light somewhere. It's like there's 2 things here, and it's like literally between. she didn't make it.
I am superior.
Doodly darn it. I should have been in the doorway. That's where I should have went. Oh shit. Hi, Ben. How are you? That unless you like changed your name or something. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, there is... your name. Unless you changed your name. There we go.
I will reshape the world.
Okay, I know I'm supposed to play this 5 characters, but I am moving too much already. And it is making me a little bit nauseous.
I will not be denied.
Damn it, there has to be a boon up here. Yeah, hold on. And this person. What are they doing? I was hoping that person would fall down. Why? Why would you do that? Thanks. Sweetie, you're injured. This is not a good look for both of you. Just saying. And you. See, it was like the slowest ever. Where'd she go? we just like stop running around and maybe do some gens so we can like get out of here or something? I did get him.
Your time draws near.
Wait. Charge attack pickup. Charge vine attack? Can I do that? Oh, no, that's not one.
I will show you no mercy.
Okay. I wish there was a way. Like, maybe Command X? Maybe I'll do that one. I don't know, just kill just seems so mean. Yay! Okay, get out. Come on, get out, get out. Oh, Jesus. What are you doing? Where are your teammates? Oh shit, sorry. I thought there was a door over there. Oh shit. Why do I keep thinking there's a door over there? Oh, there you are.
Shape the world.
No! Okay. Oh. Yay! Here we go.
Bother me no longer.
This is such a violent game. Oh my goodness. Hey, Miranda. How you doing? Oh my god. Okay. To be honest, a little nauseous. I'm trying to play this character 5 times in a row, but I don't know if I can do it, to be honest. My brain hurts. It's making me nauseous. and no one seems to want to do gens to get out. Like, I want to switch to Survivor, but one of my dailies is to play this killer 5 times, and I've played them 3. I have adapted him, by the way.
This will do.
But yeah. I don't know. Is it part of my daily? No. It's part of the Rift Pass. Okay, you know what? Oh, and I did adapt what's his name? The other character. Okay, I need to play this killer 2 more times. I can't play killer anymore. I get more nauseous if I'm tired, and I did a lot of work today, and so I'm actually pretty tired. So we're gonna switch to killer because I'm killer. We're gonna switch to survivor because I cannot play killer anymore. I honestly, that last match, I was like literally like, can we just finish the gens and you can get out already? Like, I just wanted you all to get out. Cause yeah, I'm feeling pretty nauseous.
This is new.
Like, not even like I slightly feel nauseous. Like, I feel like I'm on the brink of I might puke soon. Like, I feel that nauseous. So you know what? We're gonna switch to survivor. Yeah, I can't. To be honest, I thought maybe when I stopped playing that I would not feel as nauseous anymore, but no, I honestly just, oh shit. I don't want to quit the game. We're gonna switch to survivor. We're gonna switch to survivor. I'm also going to turn. I'm gonna move my light. I was just saying I have like a vitamin D light that's like downstairs because I'm always streaming in my basement, and obviously not getting any sun. So I have this vitamin D light down here, and so I'm gonna change it because it's just like I can see it from like the corner of my eye. Okay, I'm gonna play some Survivor. Does anyone want to play Survivor with me? Hold me. I mean, hold on while I move this light. Booting up. All right. We have our first sacrifice. I mean, survivor. Also, I think I'm getting kind of warm now. Oh, again, it might just be because I was nauseous earlier. But I guess I could take off my sweater now. I seen you were playing Dune the other day. Did you, Chris? I wasn't playing Dune. I didn't play Dune. What was I playing Dune? Last time I played Dune was with you. Two, 3 days ago. Did I accident? Oh. Okay. I was doing something on my computer, and I don't know what happened, but Dune opened up. And I don't know why Dune opened up, but it opened up. Yeah, it opened up. I didn't play it. I was trying to play something else. And for some reason, Dune had opened up. But yeah, no. I remember now. Yes. Not the full game, but like just the starting thing. I clicked on something and I don't know why, but hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Ooh.
Can you hear me?
No, I can hear. I can hear.
Oh, okay.
Just go react. Hi, Mal. Oh, here I thought you got brave and were trying to do some missions to catch up to me. No, but I really should, though. I recently started doing a thing where I moved some of my... So, the issue that I've been having... I can't remember who I said this to. Did I say this on stream last time? The issue that I was having, the reason why Dead by Daylight Creator Program has denied me is because they said that my average viewers of my videos is 100. They said 179, and I was like, where are they getting 179 from? So, if you didn't know, I use beacons, which is what my my website is on, like my link in bio website, which is simplyretha.com, and it has a med kit, media kit. Yeah, it has a med kit, has a media kit in there, but through there it can look at your analytics of your channels. So they have this like bot thingy that you can like ask it questions. Like I'm in a paid version of it. So, I asked it like, what is my average video view rate for the past 90 days on YouTube on this channel? And it told me 180, and I'm like, oh, that is close to the number they said. And plus it's been a couple of days, so I guess it'd probably be right. And I was like, okay, so how are you getting this number? And they were like, well, and then they told me, and I said, okay, so if you were to just take the average from my shorts, what would my average be? And my average would have been, because a lot of my videos have thousands of views, my average would have been 987. And I only need 500. And I was like, so why is it 180? And they were like, well, you have a lot of longer videos that have 0 views. And what happened is, I've been uploading my old VODs so I don't lose them onto my YouTube. And I'm like, oh. So they're looking at it and it looks like I have less average viewership because my VODs are bringing it down. Because no one really I mean, some people watch my VODs. Like, they watch, like, when I did, like, the Resident Evil remake, like, playthroughs, like, some people watch those. But some of, like, these really long streams, like, no one really watches those. But I'm just keeping them because one of these days I'm going to have enough energy and I'm going to, you know, download them and maybe make highlights or take more clips from them or something. That's the plan. But I'm not there yet. And so they're just kind of like sitting in my channel. And I didn't realize that those were bringing my viewership down. So they denied me because of that. So I was in another channel the other day. And they were saying, you should just have a channel dedicated to your Twitch VODs. So I created another channel just to upload my Twitch VODs to, so I can remove it from that channel, and then only videos that I make and or my short clips go on there. So hopefully when I apply again in March, they won't have that same reason, because the average viewership should be up. Theoretically. Bada boom. Okay. What is the other one? Boom. Not boom. Boom. Palette? Right? I mean, so the other day, that's what I was doing. I was downloading old videos, putting them on this new channel, taking them off that channel so I could put them on this new channel, and I still have to do more because I had I had hundreds of videos. I had a lot of VODs that I had on there, and yeah. So if I had to move them from that YouTube to this one, I couldn't just move them. I had to download them. Then I had to upload them to this new channel. It's been a whole mess. Hi, damsel. Yeah. So through that whole process, I remember I was clicking on stuff, and then next thing you know, Dune opened, and I was like, "What?" So Dune tried to start, and I was like, "I don't remember clicking on this, but apparently I did." Okay, what is the other one that I liked? Oh, you know what? We're gonna do Lippy. Also, we have 2 open spots. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome. And don't worry, Tasha doesn't bite hard. Were you proud of me? Were you proud of me? I charmed my first killer of the day. That was my first match. Oh, no. First today. I've definitely charmed a killer. I've been playing for 5... I was like, I've been playing this game for 5 years. I've at least charmed 1. You can't hear Tasha? Oh, do I have her low? Do I have her too low? Am I silencing her? Not on Black History Month. Fuck.
Seriously, I'm about to call Jesse.
There's no way.
And Al and Lewis.
You okay,
and
Steve?
Break out all the ancestors? What do you mean?
Me, who made a killer mad earlier, and yeah, I agree with Miranda. Oh, that you can't hear. I turned her up. Can you hear her now? Did you hear her now? Can you hear her now?
La. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? That was my Miss Cleo impersonation. Bringing her back from the dead.
Wait, she died?
Yeah.
Really? When?
Several years ago.
Oh.
I don't remember, but it's been a minute. Let me Google it because now I can't remember. 2016. Oh my God, so like almost 10 years ago.
Oh, wow. Okay. Steve reporting for duty. Ooh. Well, welcome, Steve.
He said duty.
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 Laura and Steve.
Oh, we got a double swift. Let's go.
Ooh.
Facing the first.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
It's because Aretha's loud. What? Who said that?
What? No, I am not. This.
I'm not loud. What do you mean?
I mean, she's very loud in my ear, so I don't know how to make her any more louder in yours. Oh shit.
I don't think I make you pay for that.
I said she was loud. Okay,
Oh.
there. Do you hear it even more now? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I got a headache. Oh, he is on his way.
He's traveling down under.
He's down under.
Yes. We have two open. We have. Oh shoot. Sounds good. You think? Okay.
Reshape the world.
Shut up, Thanos. I'm not here.
Do, 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 do.
Oh, I'm gonna go listen to some music.
Oh.
A brave one.
Oh, I just blew up a gen.
God. This mode? This mode on this map is I can't.
Ow!
I am inevitable, so I'll say shut up, Thanos.
Wait, are you tunneling Caleb? You after me?
Ow! Nope, he's coming for me. Laura, please! Laura, please! Nope. Oh! He hit me with his vinage. Boy.
Your time draws near.
I don't even know.
Oh, I think I lost him.
No, I think he's on the way.
Oh, blessed be the lucky break. I swear, this Vecna is diabolical. Oop, I just made a bathroom. Sorry. She listened to some tunes.
They're back on Steep. Vecna 2 is a rough on indoor maps. Yeah.
Laura, behind you.
Is he looking for someone? I don't get what's happening here.
Consider how dark this map is.
Damn it! Why are you always attacking me for?
Oh, it's about you, Aretha.
It's always about me. Why are you so obsessed with me?
Laura and I are in the bathroom.
Wow. In the bathroom when
Laura!
it's back on Steve.
Little Gina and Rand, come back! Come back! Trying to save Steve, honestly.
I am superior.
This is why I wish I was better at flashlights.
Well, I mean, it's easier to get better at flashlights, you know.
I'm sorry, are you a wonder keen at flashlights?
Well, you get better with practice. That is true with anything. I mean, did you bring a flashlight with you?
Me. Listen, I play to my strengths, okay?
Mm-hmm. And so in reference, what are those?
What?
What are your strengths?
Jansen Charming Killer. Matter of fact, I haven't charmed Vecna yet. I think I should add that to my bingo card.
Mm-hmm. You should.
It's anyway, you by the way?
Yeah, Steve is coming for me.
Okay.
I'm gonna heal Steve first because Steve is on death hook, so if he comes after me, it's fine. And they're chasing Laura anyway, so. Thank you, Steve. I know.
Winner.
He keeps sneaking up on me, and that's why I was like, how? Why is it when I'm coming up from underneath, like, I feel like it's taking forever, and then when people are doing it to me,
It's like quick clockwork.
right?
He's going deeper underground.
Either that or I need to start running sooner when it's underneath me. I'll get it.
They always say that you're supposed to run as soon as it starts to breach. Nope, nope, nope. Get away from me, sir! Get away from me! That wee bite! He didn't follow. Interesting. He didn't follow. He didn't follow. Great guy. Wow!
Just trying to get Laura in the corner.
Steve is hiding. And honestly, he's got Surge. Gross.
I mean, I would hide too if I was Steve.
Yeah.
Steve is on death hook. Death,
Steve alone.
death hook. Oh, and Steve is like a quarter away of being murdered.
Well played. Ah, sir! No! Please!
It will not be so easy.
Yes, Daddy. Aretha?
Right?
Oh, that was a weird graphic glitch.
That was a weird graphic glitch.
Watch
Oh,
out, Steve. Yeah. I think he followed your run marks.
Okay, I'm trying to take him away. Hopefully someone will come get you.
Hey, turn it. Yes.
Woohoo!
Thank you, girl. Okay, he has some kind of. I think he has horses.
Oh,
Diabolical.
it's so hard to say goodbye. It's only my second hook. Oh. Hi, Laura. Ooh, you can be murdered.
Your time draws near.
No. Damn it. I tried.
Wait, do you have to be on second hook?
Have to be on what?
I thought he could lower you.
No, this is my second hook. I think it only happened on like after second hook. So like he could do that. He could get Steve. He can actually get Steve with him worrying. It has to be in this round too, right? Like it has to be in this mode.
Maybe? Hi.
They're breaking knees. Hi. Yep, he's got nurses. He's definitely got nurses. Thanks, you're a peach.
Dang. You're welcome. Oh, this gen was like almost done from before.
We were on it. Oh,
Yeah, so was I with Laura and Steve, and it was like almost done. Ooh, Steve's going down. Steve's going down. I got it.
You leave Steve alone.
Where is Steve?
Oh, y'all are right here. Steve is still breaking some ankles. Alright, I got Laura. Come on. Let's go. Oh! Ow! You jerky
Wait,
McJerkface.
are you all upstairs or downstairs? Oh, upstairs.
We're upstairs. We're upstairs.
Is he baiting us?
Oh. This is Laura. I can't get to Steve. Steve can be picked up. Should I get Steve?
Yeah, I'm on Steve. Got Steve.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Damn it! Oh, maybe he did need that. Maybe that's what he was looking for. Oh, yeah. He's mooring. I almost had Steve.
Oh, he hooked him.
Why?
Got him. No. Can I charm? No!
Are
Laura, I
you?
gave you my lunch.
Oh.
I gave you my lunch.
Maybe he forgot he could have moried Steve.
So, but honestly, for this to be an indoor map, he's good. He's real good. And of course, you come back and see the redid the locker.
I was healing. And then I just stayed because the killer just ran past me. But I gotta get out soon because I'm gonna start getting I'm gonna start getting little crow friends.
The little birds are gonna say hi.
Okay, but where's the little music boxes?
This killer must know this map because he worked the hell out of it.
No! You bitch. I can't even be Maury. I can't even be Maury. No, 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 no. A good Henry Vecna map is good. Good sir.
Definitely worked it. He worked this map. He worked the heck out of it.
GG's. We were wondering why he didn't Mori you. I thought he could. Unless he just forgot that you were on Death
He
Hook.
just wanted to worry me after I gave him my lunchbox. The audacity.
He wasn't an upside down. Ah, okay, okay, okay.
That's right. And that's what I was saying. I think he didn't have to be the upside down. Do it. Excuse me.
He wasted a lot of time trying to bind me down. Yeah, I think that was it too. Like, he was chasing you a lot.
But this person is also been practicing with Becky too. Object. Okay, object obsession. Ziggy, shut up. Object of obsession.
I think I heard it near the The... Is it the refrigerator?
Prepare yourself.
Yeah, I bet you it's near the freezer. I thought I heard it near the freezer. Like, go right.
I always get lost in this map. My sense of direction is always broken.
Like where the freezer is. I think it's near the freezer.
Oh, did you just teabag my body? But how do you know us to do that? Dang it.
Oh, Pater's Bay. Yeah, I think it's
Like the rest of us.
I think it's near the freezer because I thought I heard it slightly. I have no idea where you are. Oh, okay, closer.
Oh, there's a freezer.
Oh shit, maybe not.
You liar.
I thought I heard it.
But it begs the question, where the heck is it? Oh, is he standing by it? Is he standing by it? I think he is.
Oh,
He's not. What is he doing?
it's right there. I think he's letting you get. I think he's letting you get it.
Oh,
Yay!
fresh. He did have nurses.
Nurses, eruption, batteries included, and turn back clock. I had to pay my respects. Ah. GG's. We do teabag each other all the time.
One of us.
Does this simulation turn off?
What do we call that one? The connection test.
Mm-hmm.
And I did go ahead and buy the DLC.
Ooh.
Since I didn't win one, because Jay
Right?
rigged the game.
Wow.
Jeez. Right?
And he was supposed to be your fellow pointer sister.
Hello.
Didn't
There
you
should
mean?
have been a load of dice in there, but
Mhm.
no.
Yeah. You should have put your name twice on the wheel.
Hello. After all I've done. GG's.
Yes, GG's.
Is it Chiblet? Chiblet? I just don't want to butcher it.
Cheebleb? 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 Chibleb? Cheebleb? Dang it! Ah, for
We
sure.
got Demi Law. Demisha's in the house. Janet Demita Joe.
Yes. Yes, you too. Good luck on your next matches. Damsel, you're more than welcome to join the voice chat if you want. Oh,
Ma'am.
I know. My brain hurts. Okay,
None of that.
I do want to get the legendary skins.
Yeah.
Wait, who has okay, so 11 doesn't have anyone, right? We have to go to Nancy?
I think so.
It's Nancy that has?
Robin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to get Robin, and I want to get... Okay, I don't have enough. You're in lobby? Okay.
You
This
got
is-
it. I get it.
Alright. Because the other one I want to get is, what's his name? Eddie. Yeah. What's
Eddie.
his name? Whatever his name is. But I'm like, ugh, they're both like almost 1,500, so I would need like 3,000 points to get them.
Yeah. Oh,
Like, why are you always trying to just make me spend money in this game for? Don't I give you enough?
no, seriously. It was like I did go ahead and buy the last rift because I'd already got like well past it. And I was like, you know
Yeah.
what? I might as well spend the $10 and get the or cells.
Ooh.
And then they turn around and come out with another good
Mhm.
rift. I'm like, you bastards.
I know, because I just bought Oryx cells to get to unlock the other rift, because I think I used it on cosmetics before, and I was like, oh yeah. Someone didn't top up the golden ticket holder. Someone didn't top up. Didn't do the top. Oh, the top goal. Oh yes, actually, hold on. That would be today. What is the top 5?
Oh yeah, it's February.
Oh, I'm not resetting them though. Top ticket. Oh.
Honestly, I am surprised that it is February because January was like 6 months long.
Right? Okay, so we have Mal, Yi, Damsel, Vin, and Miranda. And I believe all these people are already VIPs. Yep. I was just checking. I'm like, maybe Mal? Oh my god. Is that a Miranda joining us?
What? What?
What?
What?
Yo! What's up?
Hi.
Was
How's it
up?
going?
It's going. I haven't played DBD in like forever, so no judgment.
Ooh.
Listen,
I mean, I
I've
don't-
played it regularly and I still suck.
I haven't played that much.
Yeah. Okay. If you say so, ma'am.
All right.
How you doing, Miranda's?
Not bad. How are you?
I was cold but good. I know saying that I'm cold to Canadians doesn't really do much, but
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I did look at the pictures of your snow, and I was like, I mean, for you, that's bad.
it was
Yeah.
fluffy.
Mhm.
But it also got down to like the real feel for was it Sunday morning, Saturday night was like -6, which I think was like -22 in Celsius.
Mhm. That's pretty cold.
And for South Carolina, that's cold.
It reminds me of the time that in Edmonton we had plus 30 something weather, and the people in the States were like, that's not that bad, to be honest. But then reminding people that like where we live in like the longest day of our year, which is June 21st, we have almost 12 hours of daylight. So our summers are actually quite long. Like we'll have like good 10 to 11 hour days of that being hot, and we're not built for that weather. So like our power lines melted, like our cements were melted. Like there was like it was hot for a very long period of time. And for us, it caused more damage. And also a lot of our homes, because we don't get that hot here for a very long time, we don't have indoor air conditioning, like at all. The newer homes will have like central air thing, but we don't really have air conditionings in our homes. Like we don't really need them. But literally every store was sold out of like portable air conditioners because it was so bad. Oh, I'm getting ready. Hold on. I was posting the top 5 golden ticket holders and trying to contemplate whether I needed to buy more Oryx cells. I want this skin so bad.
You can do it. Now, what did you say the
Mhm.
Celsius? I wanted to
Oh.
see what the Fahrenheit was. What was the Celsius? You said it was high.
Oh, okay. Hold on. What is? Hold on.
Like, what was the Celsius? I already have the converter.
Plus 30. Or it's 32. The
Oh,
highest it
80.
got was 32. Yeah.
So that's 89 us, and things melted that hot. That's not even
Yeah.
that hot, but it's not like melty hot.
Yeah.
That's still lower than body temperature. How in the heck?
Yeah. And that's why it was like, because we were like, it was really hot. Like, we had people that were like going into the hospital for like heat exhaustion. We had like advisory warnings for like our houseless people because of being vulnerable and being outside and making sure they had water. Like, even at work, I work kind of like my actual office is like closer to downtown. And so we have a lot of people who would like, we have a car park there. And we had a lot of like people that would like take shelter there to like just get out of the sun. And we like had water up in our office, and I would like go down and like check up on them, and I'm like, hey, how's it going, how you doing? And I would like give them water. And like, yeah, so many people gave people like, especially if we saw them on the streets, like gave them water and made sure like to check up on them. Like one time we were even like in our office, and there was like we have like this bus shelter thing, and this guy was just laying on the floor, and I was like, Jesus. So I called like the non-emergency number, and as I was on hold, um an not an ambulance, but it was like emergency vehicle, like literally you could like see the guy like take a double take, like, oh, there's someone laying down in the thing. So he stopped, and he like made sure that he was like okay. Yeah, no, it was like really bad for us. That's why I was like, yeah, compared to the States, because I know it can be like 90 or like even like 100.
100, yeah.
Yeah, so for us, that 80 was like the worst. And I think it was because it was like very long days. And we even started going through like a drought because everything was like people were overwatering their lawns too, and then they had to put like a water advisory into effect where people had to basically they told us like, you know, like you don't need to water your lawn like right now. That's not an important thing. And so yeah. And most people did it. There were some neighborhoods, like the richer neighborhoods, were like, but my grass. And we're like, screw your freaking grass. Like,
What's our
And
coordinates?
grass will come back.
right?
People won't. Was that dry heat or was it humid heat? Because I can see humid heat definitely.
No, because everything here is dry. Like, our province is dry. We have dry cold and we have dry heat. So even our cold, even when it does get the -40, it's not humid heat, it's dry heat. So as long as you're wearing lots of layers, you're okay. And no exposed skin to cold.
Yeah. Oh, we had like frostbite warnings and all that stuff when it all went down.
Yeah, because
When it was down to like the negative.
yeah. That's what I say. Like, once you get to a certain point of cold, it doesn't matter what the negative thing is. At that point, you don't want to look at the temperature because it really doesn't matter. It's just cold. You want to look at the frostbite warning.
Yeah. I was going to say, it seems like I think Celsius or Fahrenheit at some point, once it starts going negative, basically meets in the middle.
Yeah. Not even. I think it actually is the same temperature. Because even I think when
that's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. The killer didn't bring anything. Rude.
Wow. Wait, that might have
I don't
been
even know
me.
what I brought. I didn't even look.
That might have been me, actually. I don't even know if I brought it.
I forgot that was the thing. That's how long it's been since I played.
Freaking freeloaders.
The killer is probably like, that was my cake. How dare you? I think we can look when we get in the match to see.
I still have high hand over fist on Talita, so I've been playing the crap out of her because of it.
I think I
I
had
have like 150.
I think I used to have like 100 and something, and I think I have no more screen pies left on Talita. Who's the other person? I think Yui has some. It could be Yui. I'm in a BP offering sorted, so unfortunately I brought selfish envelope. It's okay.
That's okay.
I possibly brought nothing.
Really? hoping that this killer's nice. My first time back.
It's okay.
I don't want to.
If it's a Vecna, Tasha's goal is to charm.
I have to
Charm
clear
on-
my bingo
Mhm.
I say I could be your pointer sister for tonight.
card. Bet.
Wait, did you ever?
Maria's point. Oh.
Oh,
Yay! Miranda won. She escaped. Woo woo!
oh my God, my game froze again. I think it's me.
Uh-oh. Are we about to have a... It doesn't even say anybody DC'd. It just says you escaped.
It said you escaped. Yeah.
Maybe was it the killer? Was it me?
And you were the person that didn't bring anything. Oh, I can't even type. I can't even type in chat.
No, me either.
Oh, maybe it was the
See,
whole
it's me.
game.
I shouldn't have come back.
It might
See,
have been the
I
whole
broke it.
Brandon broke it.
I can't even
Yeah,
close
I'm
the
not even in
game.
your party.
Yeah, I'm in the...
Yeah, I was
I went back
Aretha.
to the main menu. Well, I'm gonna read the seed.
Well,
You didn't bring an offering.
and if you can see my
Greedy helper.
if you can see my stream.
That was my last coconut cream pie too.
No, you should have it. You should still have it.
No.
You shouldn't have lost it.
Yeah, because
Oh.
technically
The game didn't start.
somebody escaped.
It's funny because I have no drop frames, so my stream is fine. Everything is fine. My stream, my game is literally frozen. You can see it on my stream. I'm frozen on the screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Hold on.
I see it.
Ugh, I have to force this damn game shut.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Why am I having so much problems with DBD lately? Is anyone else having
Well,
this
if you're
problem?
not having technical difficulties, are you really streaming?
Nah.
That's the way I see it.
See.
I hear two animals outside the door wanting to come in. I'll let them in a little bit. I've been letting them hang around with me in the office because it's been cold and this room is the one that holds the most warmth, even with the heat on. So how was everybody's Monday?
Good.
It was Monday.
Yeah, Monday definitely Mondayed. It totally Mondayed.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. See if that works. I also had to update my graphics card the other day.
Sometimes that could be problematic.
Mm-hmm. I thought that would be the fix, but it just seems to be causing me more problems. More
Sometimes
problems.
those drivers can be kind of funky. I've already had to roll the driver back in mine once.
Mm-hmm.
Since I got this new card.
Okay, my game's slowly loading. I just went to my graphics card and tried to optimize because it make sure it was optimized for the game. See if that works.
Yeah. And sometimes that can make things bad because it'll like jack up your settings if you're not supposed to have them that high.
Yeah, because I'm like, it's not anything else. I literally have no drop frames on my OBS, so. Okay.
shitting me?
Road.
There we go. I think we got it. I think we got everyone. Am I missing someone? Didn't I send you an invite?
I didn't get one.
Hell.
It says you're in
Must be
menus.
worried sick.
Actually, I wasn't. I was in lobby. All right, round 2.
Let's go! I did bring something. I had a crisp leaf amaranth section. That's all I have. Wait, how do I have blood points? I have blood points? Apparently not. Ooh, I have scape cake. I have selfish cake.
Selfish cake.
That's all I got. That's all I got. Okay. While we're waiting for this match, let's go stare at the thing. Okay. So let's say I got Eddie. Oh, never mind. Apparently I'm not getting Eddie.
That was a fast.
Oh, okay,
Check
game.
coordinates.
Maybe I'll hold off. Oh, that was the other thing too. I wonder when JR is gonna get his. Is he gonna get a support or creator code? Surprising he doesn't have one yet. Because I thought when he announced that he was part of the creator program that he would be. So I, when you were buying things, there's a support or creator in there, and you can put someone's name. And I was gonna put Jungly's name, but it said the code does not exist. So I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure he would use Jungly Rust, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it would make sense. I mean, it wouldn't make sense if you use something else. Like, he's not going to be like JR.
Right. Going in. Selfish cake. Selfish cake. Selfish cake. Oh my god.
Oh.
Killer, if you're looking at the stream, I'm the person that brought the pie. The pie. Just saying. I was the one that brought the pie. And also saved Damsel. She's cool.
Whoa. What did I do?
Wow.
You're new
It took
here.
my last
I think it's
pie.
so it did definitely take it.
Yeah.
Boo.
Oh, maybe it's because
Aretha owes you.
maybe because we escaped, it gave us the points. Because remember,
we.
we did. You said I escaped before my game crashed.
We. Trying to implicate us, please.
There's a BP offering shortage, I fear.
It really is. It happens. I've gone through that so many times.
You know what?
Now
Well, bloody party streamers and bloody party streamers in general, I've noticed just don't show up in the blood web that often anymore.
Pyramid head, word.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's just in the main hall.
In the main hall, really?
I'm in the main hall now.
He might have lethal because he literally came to look for me outside
Yeah,
in the back.
I said he had lethal. I
Oh.
did say he had lethal.
Oh, I wasn't listening.
Jesus!
Tasha found the killer.
He's upon my person. No, he found me. He actually jump scared me. You missed. You missed. You missed. Where we going? Sir! Where are you aiming?
Hi.
I don't remember my way around these maps. I'm going in circles. Don't remember.
Didn't you ever?
What are you? What? He is like aiming his knife everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Miranda, did you ever play the Resident Evil games? No? Yes? No?
Son of a bit. No. I just blew the gen.
Alright, I'm outside in the front at that Jenny.
He seems to be going that way.
Yeah, he is. Okay, I'm in danger.
I wonder if he has discordance.
Are you bastard? Yes, what?
Were two of you on that gen or just you?
Just me. It finally got me. It took you long enough.
I mean,
I
we finished the gen.
Oh, both of our pings are high. I'm at 120 and so is the killer.
Oh, he's coming this way.
Oh, for me, the killer looks like they're at 68.
Oh, really? It's 120 something for me. Oh, it went down. And mine went up. That's bizarre. I see a damsel. Hey, damsel.
They're coming back. Oh, coming straight for you.
Which direction?
Coming from the
There
front
he is.
door. Yep.
I run away. Jump. This done. Oh, we got incoming. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Hey,
I think he was trying to come for you. Yeah. Oh shoot! Now I just stepped in the spaghetti. I didn't realize that was there.
Finished a gen.
I think he's coming for you.
back outside again.
I am outside in the back.
I blew the gin in the front. You got sketty legs.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. Oh, I keep forgetting I have my perks. Well, I haven't dropped any pellets though.
Got barbecue and chili. Aretha, what is that?
He can see you.
That's the one where when he hooks somebody, he can see the auras.
Mm-hmm.
And why is he coming for me? Please.
I'm going for damsel.
Ah, you. Beep, 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 beep.
I'm like, where are you?
I'm right here. Coming for y'all. Coming for y'all.
Oh.
Oh, we tried.
Oh, he hooked and my gen blew up.
Oh, does he have pain res too? Disgusting. So barbecue, pain res, lethal, and a fourth. $50 says it's dying light, but I haven't seen a dying light icon. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. He comes at the hook.
Oh.
The audacity.
Out of all the people to chase, why didn't you come after me? I was there. What am I not good enough for you?
Hello.
Hi, Nocturnia. How are you? Hey, all the spaghetti around me.
Oh, hey, girl.
Jeez, you guys are here. Hi.
Hi.
Everybody's. Oh, Lord. He's coming. This bathroom.
Oh, hey.
Jesus Christ!
That's how you know we play too much together, because we both had the same idea.
Just hide in a corner.
Mm-hmm.
He's on me.
Oh, oh,
Ow, I
Where
stepped
are
in
you?
barbed wire. Son of a bitch.
Not the Piscati. Oh,
oh. Super Jen I was working on.
okay, I'll stay on it.
Okay, I'll go get the hook.
Oh, killer's coming. I threw a pebble away
Coming
from
up
everybody.
stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, why did you move?
Because the killer was
Came
there.
close to the cage.
Mm-hmm.
No. Is anybody near you?
No. Somebody is running in my direction though. I
I'm-
think it's a
Okay.
Reba.
I think, yeah, I'm trying to, but the killer is behind me as well. So maybe I will go the other direction. Oh, shit. Never mind. Baby's on me.
Oh, Jesus!
Ah! I mean, I believe my name is Dustin, but if you want to call me Jesus, that's up to you.
I was gonna just call him Jesus specifically.
Thanks, Danzo. Hey,
Thanks. Woof.
let me heal you. You're on 2 hooks.
Ooh, he got frozen.
I can hurry up and throw my points at Dustin so I can get that hurt.
The bada boom. We're running and running and running and running.
Thank you.
I'm just holding W and running. God, he's still on me.
Because, oh, there it is.
Oh, he got me.
Oh, I just stepped in Sketty. I didn't mean to step in Sketty.
Oh.
Where was that? I didn't even see the Sketty. What the heck?
That's what happened to me too. It was like on the verge of being like disappearing. But I stepped in it and still got covered in it. No, he dropped me and left me. Don't abandon me on the floor.
Why am I singing that? I hate that song.
Tiptoe through the tulips.
It freaks me out. Hey, girl, hey.
Hey.
Not you. Thank you. Bye. He's coming back. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. He almost got. God, Eureka!
I'm trying to take him away. I haven't even been hooked yet.
I didn't realize you were in there with me. Oh, God. You know what? No. 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 Bitch. I said no. I said no. You should shake your head at me. Oh, rude. My shoulder. My feelings.
Still trying to look for another gen.
No, I'm stuck.
I
I'm
don't
stuck. I'm stuck. Ah. got stuck in this room because I went over the window too many times. It locked me. Cornered me. At least I'm getting hooked finally. About time. Well, he slugged me last time. Moo!
You bastard.
Hi, Moo.
You fucker. I know he knew that I was in there.
Mm-hmm.
That was good though. He put barbed wire on there and I was like, God damn it.
When you got out of the locker? Were you able to crouch right away when you got out?
Oh, he grabbed me
Oh.
before I got a chance to
Ow.
I mean, props for not trying to tunnel, but still.
Mm-hmm. I'm coming.
Camp's in danger.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Okay, let's
We
run.
have to play by our arbitrary rules.
Run. Did I even find anything?
Oh, nice shot. Nice attempt there.
Shoot. Yay.
Welcome to the afterlife.
He's definitely coming where I am, Aretha, so.
Yeah. I got into a locker because I knew he had barbecue and chili, but I also needed a mend. Oh no, he saw me.
Dice.
Okay, thank you. Oh,
Going around the locker. around the pallet.
yeah. No! Get out of here. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, that was pretty.
Ah. Ah. Aww.
That
Did
was
he?
where you face play the corner of the threshold. That was.
Fuck, he's gonna see where I am.
Get in a locker if you can.
Yep.
He's.
No,
Nope.
It's working.
Oh.
I stepped in barbed wire, so
You're doing great. Listen, you're the last Pointer sister standing. You gotta charm the killer.
On the ground.
son of a bitch.
Oh my god, it's glitched for me, so now all I see is I have no aura of a replay, it's just a heartbeat.
No, no, get away. Get away. You bitch. You bitch. No, you don't. Hey, hey, Ida Remori, put me down. Put me down.
It's actually right here.
Okay.
Oh, he is a
You're gonna kill me, at least Mori me.
still hot. Brutal strength. Okay, that was the last one. So famous. Like brutal strength. After all of that, it's just a petty add-on.
Mm-hmm.
I died first. And y'all took my pie.
It was good pie though. I mean, I lost my escape cake.
We got a raid.
Hi, welcome Raiders. Ooh, hi on Saint. Hello, hello. Welcome in Raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, I am simply Retha. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker, content creator, and streamer. I play a lot of games, but I do play a lot of Dead by Daylight. I also play Marvel Rivals and Valorant and Fortnite occasionally. What are the games? I play a lot of games. I'm good. GG's from oh the killers in the. Did I do good? I'm still learning with him. Yeah, good.
I mean, I'm salty because I brought pie and you killed me first, but you know. Everybody else brought selfish cake. No, I'm just kidding. You did good.
It was good. I think in the beginning you were trying to really get everyone with your with the what do you call that when they the trail of torment or whatever? Yeah.
The trail. No, the trail of torment is when they kill the Jen and he goes silent.
Oh yeah.
But same type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, torment. Yeah. We because when Tasha was running around, you almost got her a couple times, but then missed. But then eventually you were getting some good ones in.
I was about to say that though some of the swings were a little off, but then I was like, nope, they're learning the aim. They're learning the aim.
Yeah, you could see near the end that you were getting the aim a little bit better, which is, I mean, the whole purpose of playing killer. Like you gotta play them and figure out what works and what doesn't, and eventually you just kind of get good.
Or you just do like the farm with Ghosty.
Oh yeah, or you just make friends. That's why Tasha was trying to give you her item, because she was trying to make friends.
No, I didn't even give the item up yet. I was just like staring him down. I was like, oh, can I please live?
I didn't know if you were in here, but
No.
I did say, because they were about to hook me, and I'm like, hey, you can Mori me. Put me down and Mori me. And then you did, so. I'm good.
No, you actually said, hey, I deserve a Mori.
Oh, yes.
Put me down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I deserve a Mori.
Don't you know who I am? That's Aretha.
Mm-hmm.
I've got
That
a
was
bad
Yeah, I could have intercepted the unhook, but I had to Mori the dust. Yeah. But also, welcome in Raiders for everyone who came over the raid. If you need to raid and run, please feel free. Take care of yourself after stream. Do some after stream care. And also, everyone who came with the raid. If you also need to take a break, get a drink of water, stand up, go to bed, whatever you need to do, please feel free. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Or you can stay and hang out. We're nice-ish. Thank you. Thank you for the
I'm
raid.
nice. I don't know what Aretha's talking about. I'm nice.
Well, I'm nice. I didn't want to speak for everyone else,
All the 24 people. Good luck. Good luck with you too.
Good luck.
With you again. I'm giving you my lunchbox. You get to let me live because I'm bringing more pie. Nice-ish. How dare you?
Also, hi on Saint. How were your matches? Were you playing regular or comp? I'm so determined to get out of bronze. I literally won my last 2 comp matches, and I literally am like halfway done. And then I think my next one, after I get out of bronze, it's silver 1. So I was like,
someone that's
mhm.
in the basement of bronze. I think it's quite close.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's why I was like, if I'm gonna,
Be home for dinner.
if I'm gonna win, I'm gonna. It's like when you win 2 in a row, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna chance it. I'm gonna wait for another day.
There's a key. I don't know what kind of key though. Hey, girl.
Oh,
Is that Demo Puppy?
is it demo puppy? A demo
It sounds
puppy?
like Demo Puppy.
Mm-hmm. I did.
In the house basement.
Now you have me singing it.
I'm sorry. Actually,
It
I'm
is
blaming
Demo
JR.
Puppy.
Did you my puppy? Because JR was singing it yesterday. I think that's why I got stuck in my head for a second. So blame JR. I mean, always blame JR.
Mhm.
Definitely blame JR.
Heading towards the house. Pebble again.
Oh, Jesus! Hi! Sir!
I left?
Oh, he is upon my person because why not? Nope! Ow! My
Okay.
feelings!
I gotta get to sleep. Good night. Good night, Nocturnia.
Nocturnia.
Did I not tell you?
I need to witch me on that bitch. The demo, we went back downstairs. I'm probably the kitchen.
I blew up this gen.
Oh, okay. All of y'all are so.
Oh.
Please travel to the rectal.
The rectal beyond.
Rectal beyond. That is. Yeah. That's what that is the name. That is what we're now on the rectal beyond. Stamp it, notarize it, make it official.
Night. Uvala? Who's that? Uvala? Uvala?
There's an evil thing in the back of your throat.
I can't read. Oh, Damula. Damula. It's damsel. It's damsel. Night damsel. I was like, who is that? Miranda, are you near the hook?
Yep. Dippers! I saw you two on gens and I was already headed this place.
Uvala, a new alias to the list.
What's funny is the actual uvula is the little dangling thing in the back of your throat. Like in what?
It's on me now, so damsel is like half healed.
Okay, damsel, I am outside the side of the school where the house is.
I am there too.
Oh, it's
I got a pallet stun, holy shit!
nice. Your white van outside of the school.
The house with the garage. Okay. The detached garage.
Break them ankles, Miranda.
Into the rectal beyond.
That is so point. That is so
Ow!
wait. What hit?
He hit me through the pallet, so I was injured from the pallet. And then he hit me again. He hit me again.
You go. You haven't been hooked yet. You go, damsel. Just wanted to heal you.
He's at the end of the block. I don't think he sees you.
I threw a pebble away.
Oh.
Right in the yard.
Oh, he's near me. I hear him growling.
Yep, he's come back.
No, 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 no. He got me.
Bye. No, sir! No! 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 Oh! Wait! Hello? Miranda hasn't been hooked yet, you slag!
Wow. Wow. Why am I glitching all over the place?
Oh, when you lay down in your bed at night, it's the wet spot. The whole wet spot. Hi.
Should we go pick up Miranda?
He was heading that way.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's still not by me though. I can see him.
Oh, I didn't see you.
Yeah.
Oh my. Bye-bye.
It's just a baby!
I swear, I'm glitching all over the damn place.
This game has been doing a lot of rubber banding.
I'm like down, getting changed.
They've done. They're ready to go. They are ready to go, but they have to really
Like even the killer carrying me felt like it was like glitching all over the place. What in the world? I need to like verify my files or something.
No, but it's not you. I mean, it's not you by
Oh.
itself.
Because anytime that happens, I'm like, is it me? Is it my internet connection? And I always look at OBS and I'm like, I literally have 0 drop frames. So I'm like, it's not
I've seen it
it's not
happen
me.
to a lot of them. I've been seeing it happen to a lot of people.
You see me? No!
I think that's why it's so hard when I play too, because when I was playing killer earlier, because I got most times I'll get nauseous, but like I won't get that nauseous like right away, and I definitely felt it more, and I think it was from like the stuttering, because I usually get a little bit nauseous where I'm just like, oh, I'm fine, but at one point I was like, okay, I might need to like puke for a quick second and then come back.
I think he headed in your guys' direction, but I'm not sure where. I still have heartbeat. Oh, heartbeat's gone. Heartbeat's back.
I got Miranda.
I have a feeling I'm gonna get tunneled. Yeah, he's in the house.
Nope, he's coming after me. Oh. Sir, here. Lunch. I gave you my lunch! I gave you my lunch! Did you just nod your head? You better put me down. Put me down! Put me down!
Put me down!
Put me down! You thief!
That generator's almost done. Almost done. Woo! No! Get away from me! Get away! Finish the gen! Finish the gen! You go! You go!
Kidding, I don't care. Hit him! I hit him in the other pallet. I'm dead. He gonna be mad. He gonna be mad. No, this is like my second game back. Have mercy. Have mercy.
He said that she's pallet slammed him twice.
Right?
Yeah. He left me. He left me.
Oh, he forgot where I was? Nope. No, put me down! Put me down!
I love where the
Hey, what?
I died.
Unfortunately. He's probably going towards the double, which is funny. Oh, they're directly beyond beside you.
Shit.
I mean, honestly, with this being the final, with this being
No, it's not. Not a fair play. The tunnel on the last. If you're camping, look, yes.
It's definitely a slug for the 4K.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's definitely a slug. Did I say tunnel?
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Slugging for
Damsel's getting eaten over here, and I'm just like, watch. Mm-hmm. Oh, Mr. Flowerface. Enduring, Surge, and Spirit.
And then you let you.
And then they left, didn't even say a GG, nothing.
I took one. You.
Oh shit, I forgot to bring an offering. Whoops.
Imagine that.
My bad.
slug for
Be
the
selfish
4K.
camping,
This is why I left this game.
At least
Nothing.
it wasn't a slug for the 4K, but literally as someone's
That's 5
bleeding
chance.
out, yeah.
Yeah.
If someone's bleeding out on the ground and you could easily have hooked them already, and you've literally made the game last like eons longer because you're just determined to get that last person.
But Jake made a valid. Oops, sorry.
I left when it got that bad, where they were slugging at 5 gens.
Mm-hmm.
With
That's when I
JR,
left.
JR made a valid point. That I think with the new DLCs and everything, they're bringing in new people that don't know how to the etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Actually, I just saw a post. Didn't they say that there was isn't the game free on Game Pass right now again?
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
If they do that because they're new at the game, then they're new at video games in general. Really.
Well, and I
My
think
opinion.
that's the whole thing of like even when you do the tutorial, it doesn't say like, hey, you want to do this thing, right? Because you don't want to like. That would make sense why I've seen an uptick in cheaters if it's free again. Yeah, because that's the other thing too. When it's free on Game Pass, as well, that's when you get people, because it's free, people like just download it and create multiple accounts. And then that's when you get the cheaters and the people who are doing stuff like that. And that makes the game glitch. So anytime you see a lot of glitching, it's because there's a lot of cheaters in the game. Or there might be a cheater in the game that we're in.
Yeah. Well, one of the ones I played in it was actually a survivor that was the hacker, and Michael ended up letting us go, but the hacks were ridiculous. We were on the Hawkins map, and he was doing things like healing people from the top, nowhere near them, but healing them to full capacity, and then like basically like floating around the entire map. It was bizarre.
See, I helped a killer to get rid of one of the cheaters, and the killer killed me. And I was like, what the fuck? I helped your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is this nonsense? That's it. I ain't freaking helping anybody now. I helped you get rid of them, and then I died. I was like, oh, you bastard. Not fair. Not cool. Ooh, you and Aretha are wearing the same thing, just different shirt.
Ooh.
Yeah, still not. I'm so glad this came to the store since I didn't get it in the Rift.
Oh no, I forgot to change my character. I have nothing good.
Do, 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 do.
Like teabaggers.
I was playing as Plague, and the
Damsel,
other day
I
I was
really don't
doing
like
good most game until the last 2 gens, when all of a sudden my power didn't work against my survivor. 2 gens popped within seconds, and a supermassive lag when gates opened. I then got teabagged by them. Wait, the killer? Oh, the Plague. Oh, yeah.
Damsel was the plague. Oh my gosh, we all started right next to each other.
Okay.
Hey, girls.
I don't like it when people teabag unless the killer is an absolute jerk. I hate this map. I suck at this map. Ooh, quiet.
Oh,
Oh, I got heartbeat.
this would be the best time for a Scratch Me or Myers.
Are you Shut your face.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's
Doctor.
Doctor. Yet another reason why I refuse to take off from school.
Herman was here, Carl? Where did he go?
By me now? Ow! You bastard! He's on me.
Look at that. 1 gen run. I count it.
Excuse me, make that about to be 2.
Ooh. Oh, good news. They don't have Iron Maiden. Oh, there were.
Make her DC. Is this a chasing rabbit?
Yeah, he's still chasing me.
I'm going upstairs.
Okay.
Oh my god, I got another pallet stun! Oh my god!
I heard
Oh my god.
that one. I heard it.
Help!
Well,
I mean, you haven't even been hooked yet.
overwhelming presence.
Shit.
Whose perk is overwhelming presence?
Good question.
All I know is this Lego the Gen, it gave up an orb reader. But I had distortion, so it didn't
Oh,
give away my position.
Damula has the killer now?
I'm still. I don't know. Oh, he left me.
Yeah, because I see Damula has the chase. Damsel has the chase claws. Oh, I was trying to stun him with the. It was too far. Oh,
Trying to head on.
yeah, it didn't work.
Oh my god, y'all are right underneath me. Woo.
Oh. Where's he taking you? I don't know why I'm looking for you. I can't even see you.
Calm spirit, bitch.
I was in a locker. Oh, is the killer still near? No. I got the hook. Do you want to heal?
He's on the way back.
Yeah, I think the killer's on the way back.
Not
Oh,
the tunnel,
no.
sir. No. No! Don't you excuse me? He just shoulder checked me. No, sir. No. No. You bitch. No! Oh.
Shit, no, no, no. No!
Everybody.
Well, he took...
Try to save damsel from getting tunneled.
Oh. Now they're gonna slow.
Nice.
Move.
Go, go, go.
Me first.
Take a hit. He's coming after you. You freaking prick. This is why I hate DBD right here.
You're also poor.
Hey, damsel.
Snap out of it. I know I'm trying, but I gotta snap out of it.
Yeah, hold on. They're gonna do...
He's coming back.
Come on.
Okay.
I saw that damsel. He deserved it.
He's right there. He's right there. Come this way.
Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, when I grab you, we're gonna go. Let's go. Oh, yeah.
Woo, Whippity Houston. Bitch.
Oh my god! He was on me. Where'd you go?
You cocksucker. Imagine tunneling. Oh, you at Roxy Camp now? What a bitch.
See, and I think, I don't think I've seen him use his power that much either. Like his actual, like, big burst thing?
He used it on me a few
Yeah,
times.
he has. He's been using it a lot. I just have Calm Spirit. Can somebody come get me though?
Yeah. I'm coming. I'm still here. Oh. Oh, no.
Oh, is he proxy camping?
Yeah.
I can let it go then, because I'm already tired of this.
Oh, now I'm...
We're tough enough. Damsel's almost done that one gen, and I'm on the second one now.
No, he hit me. He hit me once. I thought he was gonna come, and then he literally just fell. Gosh. I mean, we're down to one gen.
Hell on his ass! You bum! You bum!
Can you heal?
I think he's near me. Alright, let me see if I can make noise over here. Oh, sorry. Damsel, I didn't know you were in here!
He's right there, he's right there, he's right there.
Yeah, I know. Come on, buddy.
We're in the special science room. I don't know what to call this. The experiment room? The entity? Oh, I don't know.
He didn't follow me.
He did. Shit, he found me.
shit. This glitching. He is all the way down there.
Oh yeah, a console there.
He's gonna see where he. Oh, he's after Damsel.
Yep.
Okay, so I gotta go back down towards Jill's room. I'm straight ahead.
Okay. I also got a toolbox, so I'll use it. Oh shit. Ow. Okay. I'm gonna try to take him to the other side. Oh my god, why am I running so slow? Damn it! Yeah, I might need to restart my game after this and verify some files.
Damsel wants if you want to go back to that room.
He's coming straight for you. Oh, he's using. Oh, he's going towards that gen in the corner. I bet you if you come get me, he's gonna come.
White's head are so cute.
Going for Pebble.
You
Yeah,
actually
bitch.
threw it in Damsel's direction.
Did I?
Yeah. You probably didn't know that.
Oh,
That's okay.
I had on him. Oh shit. Y'all are here? No! It's okay, he's on me. Oh fuck. Damn it! Let's go. Oh, hey Roger. Looping for 5 gens. Ah, yeah. It's okay. Finish your gen. Finish your gen.
Oh, Damsel.
Okay. Well, you are all finishing that. I think I'm just gonna restart my game again and verify some files. The glitching bothers me so much.
You missed Whitney Houston.
Doors half open, Damsel.
You're on Fortnite?
Damsel's coming that way.
3/4. Open.
Oh, Protect her, protect. There you go. Bitch.
Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Sorry for the language. You bastard.
Please, hello.
Oh, I love it when I get back at the killer for being a jerk. I love this game.
Save the last and overwhelming presence.
And they say you can't attack the killer. Back and forth on the game in your stream if you say something and I don't respond. Oh, no problem. Yeah. Oh, I was playing killer earlier and that glitching just, oh my goodness, I don't know what it is. It just bothers me so much.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna play one more after this anyway, so we're good.
Okay.
I gotta go into Orpheus tomorrow. But while you're doing your re stuff, I'm going to throw my points at Dustin.
Ooh. You're gonna go get some coffee, be right back? Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't take me that much longer. I'm not ignoring you like I usually do. I mean, at least you're aware of it.
What?
Oh, Roger's on YouTube.
Roger, what's your vector, Victor? Name the movie? Oh, that is until tomorrow. Dang it. Dang it.
We're at 97%. Can I make this stop? Are you winning? I mean, I died, but you know, 2 of us got out, so you know, yes. It says that I can't invite you, Tasha, although it says you were in the lobby.
I'm back to the store.
Oh.
That's probably why.
There you go.
Let me change maps.
Did I leave the party?
Maybe? Yep. Was that by accident or? Are you leaving us? You're like, I'm done with you. I think it was not Yui, right? It was Yui. How dare you, right? Oh, that's it. There we go. Screech Cobbler. You got it. Okay. Head on. Last
I
mine.
don't know if I have anybody with Screech Cobbler.
What was Screech Cobbler? A couple years ago? Well, it must have been when Yui was around. But, I'm on my last few Scream Pies. No.
Yeah, I have 49 Screech Cobblers with Jill Valentine.
Oh, wow.
Except I don't think I have. No, I don't have anything cool to wear with her. This is it. Just basic. Basic.
What is the one? 11. There's one where she, like, when she crouches, she can see the killer and also where all the totems are. Wait, how do you spell 11? Is it 2 L's? No. No. You know what? It's because I haven't unlocked her character yet. I haven't played her enough. That's probably why. Damn it. Never mind. I got Lithe, Overzealous, Blast Mine, and Inner Strength. Look at you.
Look at us covering all the ethnicities on the planet.
Right? Bada-boom, 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 bada-boom. Okay. Out of everybody, I had to get Elodie and Renato to Hellfire Club. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't got any of the shirts yet. Ugh. I've spent too much money on this game. Maybe if I make some more
Facing
money.
the ghoul. I've never went against the ghoul.
Ooh. Good luck. May the odds forever be in your favor.
Nope, red auras right away.
Oh, crap.
Who the hell is screaming and why?
Damsel?
That scared me when Damsel screamed. Not gonna lie.
Maybe Face the Darkness? When the killer stares at you, you scream? But it is a hex, though, so we could find it if it's Face the Darkness.
Oh, I sabotaged the hook. He's gonna be mad.
Yeah, it was an Iron Maiden.
I tried, Damsel. I really did.
There by hook, I brought Kindred.
Okay.
You can see the killer. Oh, I think he's coming after you too. He has hysteria. It's okay. He had lethal and wasn't in a good spot to run. Ah. He's on Tasha and they're on the other side of that building. Or he was on Tasha.
I came back to kick the gen. He didn't know I was still here.
Oh. He's that thing when you finish gens, the other gens block.
What? He can grab me through things? That seems like a bunch of wonky bullshit.
You can almost like, because I think he like basically like attaches onto your back.
Yeah, but through stuff? That's crazy.
I swear I hit that skill check. Oh, he stared at me. No. No. No, 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 no. No. Damn it.
Thank you.
I was watching someone and they explained it as the first hit is free and then you have to make them work for the second one, which I still don't understand. Oh, he's on Damsel. Thanks.
I don't know where he went.
Can't see either because I'm oblivious, apparently.
Oh, he's still over here by the tractor. Yep. He saw me.
Why am I not hitting these skill checks? Oh, he's coming straight for you, Josh. I'm getting the hook.
Why is Tasha so quiet? Is she muted?
Josh? Are
I've
you
been talking
muted?
this whole freaking time.
I was gonna say, you're way too quiet.
You haven't cussed out the killer one damn time.
Oh, I haven't. Oh, I haven't. And it's funny, it's one of those cases where no, 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 no. Take me. Take me. No. No. Thank you. You get away from damsel. No! You get away from damsel! Yeah, I've been doing that. It was one of those instances where, like, you could hear me. Oh, wait, I was chatting, but it was going along with the conversation.
I always find that the most confusing because it's like it literally is like conversations happening, and you're like, "What do you mean you were responding to me?" Yeah, but-
Yeah, it was going so good till now.
Oh, you sack. Take a pallet, ho. That's my empire. Pallet. Another one. Got me right here. Yep.
Fuck. I might just go look in this corner over here.
I was supposed to only finish one gen.
To tunnel when we have one gen done. You are stinky.
Oh, he's so gonna come get me.
Oh, I just screamed too. He's gotta have pressure. We were doing gens too fast, right? I mean,
Excuse me? No.
Is he seriously tunneling you?
Sack of shit. You sack of shit.
hey.
What we had last night was much nicer. They were all women.
Here, let me see if I can.
Are you gonna try and trade?
Oh,
He did something to read auras. Oh, he's
Yeah.
going my way now. I'm gonna be dead.
I was in the killer shack and then he literally. You screamed, right?
No.
Because I screamed, but then he literally turned away from me and immediately went after you.
Fuck you. Take that pallet, you bitch.
Have a pallet, ho. That's my empire. It was a country. Have a pallet, ho. That still was good.
With this kind of killer and you have to tunnel people out of the game is absolutely ridiculous. These are the people that are so bad at video games that they have to play.
Maury, Return.
Bliss.
Come back.
Every single time I play with Roger, he's like, I'm uninstalling the game.
Roger said that?
Yeah, he says it all the time. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, playing DBD. I'm like,
Yeah, but saying he plays it like 5 minutes later.
mm-hmm.
This is why I don't play this game, is people like this. This doesn't make the game fun anymore.
He just went past it. Sir, are you okay? You missed, bitch. You missed again. Come on, with
At least we finish a gen. Unless he drops Chase to come get me.
No, we didn't.
Come on,
Tasha's
come on, come on, come on, come on! Damn!
No,
Up
he's
slug.
slugging. No way. If you couldn't get any worse at life, you could then go slug. Oh my god. Oh. This is so terrible. You are a terrible DBD player. You are a terrible game player.
What sucks is that I'm also under a pallet. Or, yeah, next to a pallet.
Oh.
Well, I'm just waiting for you to.
To die?
No. I'm just gonna finish healing.
Yeah, I'm dead. Since it now auto heals, which thank you, DBD, for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it can still heal you when you cry.
Oh my god.
Oh
My
no! No! Then you have to use players like Aretha.
Oh shit.
That was so awesome. That was adding insult to injury right there.
No, that's not controller player teams. That is Aretha player team.
Yeah. That is Aretha Yang.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Aretha has her own thing.
Don't, no, damsel, no.
Oh wait. Why is he silent? Mm-hmm.
He does have a
I have distortion.
Oh, let go. Then you can get happy.
Yeah, okay.
You got this. I believe in you. Just think to yourself, what would Aretha do? No, yeah. Yeah, when his chase ends or the loss, his terror radius leaves. Just think. What would Aretha do?
And lucky.
What? Oh, it's right there to your left. Holy shit, Tasha, get the hell out. Nice. Nice.
Need to get more aid.
Hysteria, Phantom Fear. Yeah, that Phantom Fear one. That's when you look at them or something, you scream.
Yeah. See, that is why I keep calm spirit. Yeah, that was my last one. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. These killers are stressing me out.
I'm like, how am I already at Erie 4?
because you play this every once in a while. Like I said. I'll answer. It's literally 10 days from rank. Damn, it's only 10 days from rank.
I honestly haven't even played that much this week. I'm playing a lot of Valorant today.
I mean, I'm gold too, so.
Huh. I was gold.
So,
Ah,
I mean, that makes sense.
Me and Eerie won. Damsels over there.
Hey,
Oh my god.
Rock it. That was fun, you guys. I'm going,
Thanks for playing. Safe
Thanks,
travels to
man.
work.
welcome back to the game, Miranda, for tonight. So you're probably not gonna do it again after this, and I don't blame you at all.
Yeah, she's gonna uninstall the game right after this.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rare moment that you see me playing DBD. So enjoy it
Yeah.
while it lasts.
Listen, we get it.
Mm-hmm.
We get it. Alright, guys. Night.
Hey, good night. I'm only being Yui because I can get my my blood points so I can get more. GG's. Yeah. I'll probably play maybe 1 or 2 more as myself. Then I'll end it. I'm trying to do my day. I got the battle pass in Valorant. That's why I've been playing Valorant as much. And so I'm trying to at least do my dailies in Valor before I go to bed. So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna end stream, but I will. But I'm probably gonna play a couple of rounds of Valorant. If you want to play Valorant afterwards.
I don't even have that installed. I don't know if my brain.
Oh my
could
god.
take more getting just pummeled.
In Valorant?
I mean, it hasn't been too bad, I must say, but that last one was ridiculous.
Yeah, I also
Like, what
think
is that killer? Like, are you even supposed to be able to like, go against that killer, or is it just a write-off every time that killer is there? Because to be able to hit you through things is ridiculous.
like literally can jump through pallets and grab you and go around like, and even too like I think it has to do with the ping as well, because there's times when I'll be like around a rock and he'll hit me and I swear you can see that he's literally like a foot away from me and somehow he's grabbed me. And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Different counterburn, but he's good on open maps. Yeah. Oh, shoot. What am I? What? I'm like... Reactive healing? Would not help with what hits. Yeah, because there's sometimes that I'm like, that hit shouldn't have hit. Like, it's ridiculous sometimes.
I was watching one of my stream team teammates play DBD, and I swear she had the worst luck. Every single hit the killer got on her, it was an ridiculous hitbox. Like, it was crazy. Nowhere near her. And it happened for the entire match. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's why sometimes, like, even like that's why even the hitbox thing, if they swing at you and you're like already on the ground, they hit you. And it's like, it's because really the hitbox is more like it's not up and down. It's just like, I don't know. Is it perpendicular?
Well,
like
she slid over a pallet and was already behind the wall when the king, and it hit her. It was crazy. I don't know if her. I think maybe the killer's ping was bad. I don't know. It could have been something like that, but it was crazy to watch that happen.
That's why, like,
multiple times.
That's why, like, sometimes, like, if I'm in a lobby, like, sometimes it'll be like, oh, you have the blood point bonus, and then someone else is in a different place, they'll have the blood point bonus, like, you know. And so sometimes people will use like VPNs and then go on like different servers. And I think that's why they have like ridiculous ping.
Just a piggy.
Oh, we're playing with genetic white guy. Generic.
Get one of these.
Oh! Hickey, I didn't even get a chance to move. No! You didn't even give me a party hat. That's rude. Thank you. I think I'm even too tired to be scared. That did scare me, but I'm like, I didn't like scream, and I was just like, my brain kind of was like, oh, that just happened. It was like such a delayed response.
Boop. Yeah. Boop. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And I got a cage. Yeah. Buddy. I got the boop.
Killer pass
Still getting hooked, but at least I got the boop.
And you got a party hat after we finish the gen, so you just got some time.
Whoop, whoop.
She is crouching everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And on my way back. I think there's somewhere over there. Running. I don't know what perk this is, but it's something to do. I get something with healing. I don't know. Oh, piggy. 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 Come back. Oh, oh, no. Damsel's getting a boop now. We're going. Where we going? Did you get your hat off yet?
Nope. Going to number 4 now.
I think it, you have to get it off by 4. Like 4 old. Oh. I wonder if generic white guy has booped yet.
Oh.
The yellow one. The yellow. Look at that. Tasha left and went to bed, and we charmed the killer. Except generic white guy, because I don't know if you missed the memo. Maybe he's new? Maybe he doesn't play by arbitrary rules? Could be. But yeah, restarting my game, by the way. Did make it work a lot better. I haven't had as many glitches.
Come here, piggy, 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 piggy. And buy a horse. Come and get the
Oh. Ooh. Poor piggy, I totally forgot I blast my net and I kicked my chin.
Right, and he thought it was me that did it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kidding. I let them hook me.
Mm-hmm.
I let them hook me. Need to get some points too. Shit.
Oh, I need unhooking points.
Oh! Though, because we did the
Oh, party hat! Yay! Oh, you had breakdown. That wasn't me. That was you. There you go, Amanda.
You got
Oh. There. Hooker. Hooker, Dano.
Just called him. Rude.
Damn it. I hate that it laughs at me. Why you Wait, where was that? Oh, there. I'm trying to get my hand off before I die.
Damsel. Whatever.
Sure. I know, and our generic white guy is finishing the gen. Oh, got it.
Can't crawl as fast as you. Can we do slug race? Oh my gosh, please tell me we can do slug race.
Wait, where is everyone? Where are they? Is it here? Ooh, ooh. Yes, yes, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it.
Damsel's just running around. Super fast. That was funny.
Wait.
Our other teammate.
Damsel! Damsel, line up! Damsel, line up! Damsel's like, no!
Don't show off your controller skills.
Mhm. And... Ooh, we're going. We're going. We're going. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Woo!
Shit, I actually turned.
Yay! Our rando's probably like already at the other door going, I don't know what they're doing, but I'm
They already
leaving.
opened it.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, hook me. Hook me. I'm going back upstairs. Hook me. Hook me. Hook me. Hook me. Come on. Damn it. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. No.
Said no.
I
No.
was gonna give you a sacrificial lamb. Fine.
Aw.
Yay, fun match.
See, sometimes we have very nice killers. See, it's a very love-hate relationship. It's like, you get really toxic ones, and then you get really nice ones, and you're like, okay, the game's not that bad. W Pig,
You
right?
are getting a thumbs up.
Yes. See, thumbs up. The best. You're simply the best. Oh, they had discordance. Surveillance and Gearhead. That's the one then.
Thumbs up. That was fun.
I at first thought they weren't friendly, but I tried crouching towards them and I saw them at the start. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, when they came back over where they'd hooked Aretha and then we finished the gen, so then I saw them and I was like, oh, I'm gonna crouch and try and boop. And I wasn't quick enough because I'm not sure what button to press anymore. So he hit me once, and then I booped, and then he hooked me, and I was, well, put a hat on first, but hey.
I never got a chance to boop the first time because they literally pulled me off the generator. That's why I was like, I think I'm really tired because my brain, it did scare me, but I was just like,
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, Tasha, we got piggy boobs.
and we got to do a slug race at the end.
And I tried to sacrifice myself, but they said no and picked me up and put me out again.
And of course, our rando didn't join us because they were so confused and weren't joining in the fun. That could have been you, Tasha. That could have been you.
It's like you left and we got the good killer. It was fun.
Yeah, I've had my fair share. All right. LG for the night.
Skippers.
LG. Plus I got Hatch on bitch ass Kaneki. Kaneki?
Yeah, that's right.
Right trip. You know what?
Somebody had to get hatched. That killer was awful.
I too shall do breakdown. Just breakdown gens all over the damn place.
You mean hooks?
Mm-hmm. Yep, sure.
That's what I said. Booby trap.
That's what I said. Of course.
Yeah, see, I haven't taken that. That's like the loadout I had when I had last played this game, because that was when all the really bad tunneling and stuff was happening. So I always ran breakdown. You missed it when the gen blew up in his face. Did the slow turnaround too, and you were already gone.
You know what's funny? I did see. I saw from the distance because I was like, and then I saw you run up, and I was like, oh. Because they actually did see me. I was getting bones in the corner, and they saw me, and they hit me, and then they ran back to the gen to go kick it, and then I was like, oh, I forgot I put blast mine. But I didn't blast mine into blast mine. I blast mine to say, hey, if you want to come get heals, I'm at this gen.
It was funny that you believed me for a minute that they thought it was me that did it.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Those are the fun matches. That Nia fit? Ooh, Buffy Slayer 5.
I know, I like that.
Maybe we should bring a med kit. Oh, that's the other one. Oh my god, I should have brought that. No, I don't have it unlocked yet. Never mind. I don't have it unlocked yet. The Dustin one, where once you're done with the toolbox, you go into a locker and it turns into a fully like a fully charged med kit.
I'm facing the Houndmaster.
Oh.
So little I play the game, I get to know who the killer is. It feels sorry for me.
She has a pet doggy.
Mm-hmm. She does.
I thought there was a way that she can pet her own dog, but I can never get it to work. Someone was saying that it's hard to do on a controller. Oh, wait, I don't have this. Pet that dog. Pet the dog. Who's screaming now?
Ooh, that was a leg spike and a half.
Oh, oh my god.
Did you just fast get in that?
I so did.
Oh my gosh. You're fired. Fired.
Well, good news is she hasn't left Chase.
Poor Damsel. It always seems like Damsel gets picked on every match.
You are pretty good. Usually. Nia's being chased. We're coming, damsel. We should be done this gen soon. As long as we hit the skill checks.
Shut up. That's enough out of you. I'm new to this game. I play every week. Fight me. How do you run so much faster than me?
I don't know.
How do you run so much faster than me?
My legs are long too. I don't know. I don't see Houndmaster enough to counter them right. Yeah. Well, I guess the dog is the harder part. Oh. She only hit me once and left.
I'm going down. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a dog.
Yeah. Tasha would try to pet the pupper.
Red auras. That gets really confusing when the dog is doing nothing but jump around you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought she was gonna come back for damsel, so I'd rather be hooked.
Ow! Buffy. Buffy, Buffy, Buffy. Yeah, we were just saying that we like that that Nia fit. That outfit.
By me, I still have aura. Aura's gone.
You mean heartbeat?
Nope. Yep. In building.
Oh
Nope,
shit.
back up.
Ow! Ow! Ma'am! Ma'am! No!
Oh my god, I do love that hair too. It's sick. Looks so much better.
Oh! I got out! Going around the building? Going around the building? She tried to hook me on your hook, but she couldn't because of the breakdown. Oh, she's back on Damula? Damsel? Oh. She's in the building somewhere.
Fire. Block her in the building. She was on the main floor.
That's me. Oh, I'm on the top floor though. I have head on. I thought she was gonna come up.
Okay, I'm going for damsel.
She didn't come upstairs. Come on. Oh shit. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, she got blast mine?
Coming back for hook.
Yeah. Her dog got stuck on the upstairs.
Wait, why am I going to take hooks? Aretha, you haven't even been hooked once.
Do you want to come finish his dead? I'll go do
Oh,
it.
she's chasing me now.
coming. Oh, shit. I'm coming. I'm gonna go find Damsela. I'm gonna go find Damsel, where are you at? Oh, oh, oh. Nope. Nope. Wait, no, 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 no. Ow.
Finish the game upstairs?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm ready. I am ready. I am no. Ow! I am not ready. I'm being mauled by a dog.
You are a worthy companion, aren't you?
Also, Dash, I don't think that dog's friendly at all. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, she's back to help.
Find me a rat.
Find me a rat.
Come back!
Hey, hold on.
Trying so
Wait, I just wanna pet the dog. Can I pet the dog? I'm down next to a. Oh. GG's those. Thank you for the games. Oh, thank you, Damsel. Thank you for playing. Tasha, can you give Damsel a shout out? If you're still because there's that one, but she knows where that one is, though. Is there another one? Thank you.
Well, Buffy was just on one.
Well, she caught her over there, so it has to be over there somewhere.
Well, I just threw a pebble over there, so.
Oh, no.
Oh, she sent her dog to that one.
Yeah.
Holy crap, that scared the shit out of me.
No, I just got a pallet. No, I'm just dropping every pallet. I just died. Oh, I found it. Yeah, it's over here.
No!
Oh, she left me. Oh, God. I'm coming. to see if I can get her to come find me in this locker. She got blast mined. No, she got blast mined by the gen. Oh shit. Yes, yes, yes. We're having a standoff. I'm taking her away.
I ran over to the other one.
It's okay. No, don't slug. Don't slug. We were having so much fun. How do you know I don't have Unbreakable? I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. You better hook me. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Good work. Extra chunk for you have.
I always find it funny when you like go to a random corner and they start following you like you're taking them somewhere. It's like, what do you think I'm doing? I ain't taking you there. No, no, no. Where do I think?
Still camping you?
Yep.
Fire.
Ooh, we have an ad break starting soon.
I mean, I can spend this time walking around.
Okay, because you need to, so you don't get crows. I'm just staying away from you. I'm going towards this corner. Now she's looking in this corner. Yeah. To the runway. To the runway.
You're sending the dog over to that gym, though.
Well, because there's this gen she just kicked too, so I think that's it too. She's basically going towards these two gens to see if that's okay. I'm gonna bleed out in like I'm like less than 10% now. I'm gonna end up bleeding out. Lady. Hook me. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. Gonna be here between these two trees.
What do you mean I have a crow? You've been this whole time.
Nope. Oh yay! I died between two trees. Do 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 do. Oh wow. Okay. Find hatch. Just think. What would Aretha do?
Fuck.
Oh, these doors are close to one another, too. Oh, so there you go.
Yep.
Ah, no! You were so close!
Son of a bitch.
Puppy cuddles.
Shut it and die.
Of course, that hatch had to go through you.
Wow.
Okay, I got some points for opening the door.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you were so close. You were like inches, literally, from the door. Brutal strength. Scourge hook, phantom fear, pop quiz. Yeah, that phantom fear. That's the one that, like, when you look at them, you scream. Wow. Oh, I'd say GG's, but they already left. Alrighty. I gotta head on. I got some blast mine. I'm like, I had fun. I didn't even mind just that technically she did tunnel me up the hook, but I also was the only one not on death hook. So I'd rather she came after me than anyone else. So I'm like, it's okay. It's alright.
It's alright.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was gonna get this. Alrighty. Well, thanks for playing.
Thanks for game. It was fun-ish.
Ish.
Just kidding. Okay, I'll stick around in your stream for the raid. Good night.
Alright, sounds good. Good night. Bye. Alright, everyone. Let me see. Shout out Miranda. Oh my god, I had an idea, by the way, that I'm just looking for the right video, but I am gonna create something for Miranda that I was thinking about. It's still gonna work. And also, if you aren't already, please go follow Miranda, aka Daenerys Den. And they were last playing Outlast Trials. I'm like, I still don't even think I played that game. I know so many people that play it, and I'm like, I gotta play it one of these days. Anyways. Alright, let's see. First I'm gonna say goodbye to YouTube. YouTube, thank you for being here and hanging out, and don't forget to subscribe and follow my channels and, do all that fun stuff. Yeah, and check out some of my videos on there as well. I am trying to meet close to the minimum requirements, if not the requirements for DBD creator, because behavior hates me, and so yeah, so I'm going to try to apply again in March. So hopefully I've done everything now that will help me. If not, I do need to get my CCV up to 25 viewers. So being in my stream, coming to my stream, even just lurking when I'm live really helps me. I try to go live on Mondays. Mondays, I always play DBD Mondays. So Mondays, usually around this time. I'm trying to start a little bit earlier, but probably start roughly around the same time, probably like 6 o'clock, and only go. I was only going to go to 10, but we were having so much fun. So I stayed going longer. But it's 11. So yeah, I'll probably, I try to stream about 4 to 5 hours. That's usually what I do. I also stream on Wednesdays. Sometimes I'll do some co-working streams during the day. And I am trying to stream on Saturdays. I'm going to see how that works. I might do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But I also just might do Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. It's just like, you don't just want to have fun and play games, something what you want to do. So maybe I'll do that. I'm just still trying to figure it out. But if you aren't, follow me on social media, and that's where you will find. Alrighty. Again, bye YouTube. Okay. Alrighty. Also, I really need to pee. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's go find someone to raid. Do 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 do. Let us see. I want to stay with DBD stuff. Because I want to raid and run, because I actually really need to go to the bathroom. We're going to just go say hi to Jungly. Oh my god, what do you mean? I really gotta go to the bathroom. I really gotta go. There we go. Here are the raid messages. Oops. The first one is if you're a subscriber. The second one is if you are a follower. Thank you for all being here. Thank you for everyone for hanging out. And of course, thank you to my friends for playing with me. I do open lobbies, so if anyone wanted to play at any time, all you had to do is let me know. And so yeah, I do play DVDs usually every Monday. So if you would like to join us, you are more than welcome. And also thank you for the raid. Hi on Saint for following me over. And have a great night, everyone. And I will see you all later. Bye-bye.